I'm going to tell you versus Jackie Bolt for Cincinnati precinct. Are you Jackie Bowles? Mr. Bowles, what is your year of birth? 1958 is your year of birth. What are the last four digits in your social security number? If you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole, is it substantially correct? Counselor, is there any reason someone should not be sentenced today? On a plea of guilty of operating motor vehicle with alcohol concentration above 0.08 under the influence of another substance, defendant shall receive a sentence of 7 days in jail and pay a fine of $300. On a plea of guilty of trafficking controlled substance, the first degree defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years, probated for 5 years. Probation to be supervised, shall receive credit. Now, when you entered these pleas, you realize that in the future, if you get convicted of another felon, the sentence could be enhanced. Is that correct? Also, when you entered the plea to the DUI, you realize that if you get another DUI, it could be enhanced. Is that correct? Okay. What's the total cost of this? $940. You need some time to pay that? How much is the bond? You can go down and sign in the office and have the applied, and you still have about $500 left. Okay, so you just go downstairs and sign it, and they'll let you pay it that way. Okay. Okay, you need to meet with the probation parole officer over there. The Jeep that was involved shall be released to the lien holder. Bryson Coulter. Morning, Mr. Bell. I'm blessed. Thank you. Cromwell versus Bryson Coulter, 22 CR 0013. Are you Bryson Coulter? Yes. What's your year of birth? Last four digits, your social security number. We're here for a pretrial conference. Do you have anything to report?
Mr. Stockton is wanting to push this off for 2 months.
February the 16th. You wanted to get, what's your negotiation day next? You want to put
January 6th at 9.
Do you want him here at January 6th at 9? Or can you be here at January 6th at 9 a.m. for negotiation? And then on February 16th for your next court date, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. Sadie Fuentes. Hello. You need to get behind the microphone so I can hear you.
This is Ms. Phillips' client, and she just needs to go over people with her too.
Whose client?
Ms. Phillips' client.
Why hadn't she gone over the paperwork up to now?
I apologize. That's sure.
Okay, well, we'll pass over and come back. When is she going to go over it?
It seems she stepped back in the courtroom.
Okay, Miles Geralds. Commonwealth versus Miles Geralds, 22 CR 0060. Are you Miles Geralds? Let Mr. Geralds, you get on this side over here, Mr. Bell. Yeah, orchestrate this thing appropriately. This is 22 CR 0060. Mr. Geralds, you born in 1994. What are the last four digits of your social security number? Okay, we're here today for a pretrial conference. What do you have to say on this?
Your Honor, we're still waiting on a lab report.
Okay, you want to put it out till January 19th?
January 19th.
Okay, put it at January 19th. And Mr. Bell, if you'll contact the Commonwealth, they do not have the results, but then your client will come back on February 16th. So either one of those are conditions of his bond. You want him here on the negotiation day?
Yes. That way we have-
Okay, well, we'll schedule him for the negotiation day on January 6th. I doubt very seriously whether it'll be back then, but if it's not, then he'll get the next negotiation day will be assigned on it when we come back here in January for the February negotiation day. Okay, okay, thank you. Billy Graves. Billy Graves. Who represents Billy Graves?
She had stepped out of the courtroom to go over paperwork.
She needs to come back in here. Go get her. She needs to go over this paperwork before we get here. I'll go down to some private counsel. Billy Key. Billy Key. You need to get up here where I can hear you.
He had a warrant issued for him in Allen County Circuit yesterday. I don't know.
What's the story on it, you know?
They took him to a ranch with
Waiting for yesterday.
Who took him there?
The sheriff's office, but then on the transport.
I don't know why.
Was it a rehab place?
Tell me more about that. Oh, what's that? Waiting for it's a right.
Okay, well, let's put a bench warrant on the FTA and then we'll know where he is. I mean, we had him for sentencing, you know, and that takes him off the county's dollar and puts him on the state and somebody transports him. Not good, you know. Yeah, what's the deal with your clients? Have you not gone over these documents with them? How many of them are there like that? Did y'all not get her the documents you have? When did you get the documents?
Your Honor, I received the documents at the negotiation conference.
How many days ago was that?
Today.
Okay. Well, just take all of your clients that you need to take back there and I'll try to do the rest of the docket, but I'm not going to start running this court like the other courts run, where everybody's running around here doing them at the last minute. That's the way you make mistakes and people don't get time to talk to their lawyers. So you just go ahead and take all of yours back there. Mr. Bell, you have Josh Smith. That's correct. Yeah. Are you Josh Smith? Yeah, good morning. Were you born in 1992? Last four digits, Social Security number 1902. We're on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is our motion to revoke and impose sentence. We have witness, I think available by June to testify. We have a very quick.
What were the violations you allege?
The main violation is using cocaine and opiates as in harmful.
What do you have to say about this, Mr. Bell? You want to stipulate or you want to hear him?
Well, Your Honor, we would stipulate to the use. I thought cocaine was somewhere further back, but.
Well, let's just hear what the officer has to say.
Judge, if I may,
Yeah.
I've got him in a 6-month long-term treatment. He's already there now. I showed this probation and parole.
Let's see what probation and parole has to say. Officer, you there?
Yes, sir.
Turn your microphone on, okay? Is your microphone on now?
Yes, sir.
No, it's not. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? It's unmuted. Have her say.
Say something real loud.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can now. Now I can. Okay, will you raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Officer McCorkle.
Y'all need to move over to the left here. Okay, speak real loud there.
Officer McCorkle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you please state your title with probation and parole?
Chastity McCorkle, probation and parole officer, Barron County, the Glasgow office.
Okay, as part of your duties, were you supervising a Josh Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you please tell the court about has he had any violations recently?
Yes, ma'am. I think the most recent report was dated October the 26th of this year.
Okay, could you please tell the court what his current violations are?
Yes, ma'am. On October the 12th of 2022, he was drug tested. The field test results were positive for opiates and for cocaine. It was sent off to the laboratory for further testing on October the 20th. The lab test results were returned positive for opiates and positive for cocaine. These were discussed with Mr. Smith and he denied the use.
Has Mr. Smith had any other violations in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
You know how many he's had in the past?
I know that since I've had him from July 2021, this is the 4th violation report I have submitted. He had others prior to that. I think I might have listed that in my report, how many he had.
Would it be fair to say in your report it says this is the 8th violation report submitted to the court since Mr. Smith began pretrial prison?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
I don't have any other questions, right?
Do you have any questions, Mr. Bell? You can come over here if you have any questions.
Just a few for the court.
Go ahead.
Officer McCorkle, do you believe that Mr. Smith would benefit from a long-term treatment in aiding him in being able to comply with the orders of probation and parole?
Do I believe if he could comply with long-term treatment?
So do you think it would aid him if he completed that in compliance?
Absolutely. If he had admitted that he had used either substance, we would have arranged that assessment and got the ball rolling on that.
And now therefore, since he is stipulating to those usages, do you think that would be an appropriate sanction for Mr. Smith if the judge decided to rule in that way?
I have no idea what an appropriate sanction would be. I did not know he was stipulating, so.
Okay. He's been on probation now, I believe, what?
Okay, is he on a pretrial diversion or probation?
Pretrial diversion.
Pretrial diversion. Okay, thank you.
He's been on that now, I believe, is it 4 years?
Yes, sir, since May of 2018.
That's all. Question.
Okay. You may be excused. Thank you. Okay, you want to move back over to the left here?
Yes, sir.
What's the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, just as Officer McCorkle said, if Mr. Smith had been forthcoming that he was using at that time, they would have probably sent him to rehab. But until now, it's just been decided to stipulate to this, and Commonwealth would request that his sentence be imposed.
Yeah. What do you have to say, Mr. Bell? Come back over here.
Well, Judge, as the court knows, I represented Ms. Smith a long time ago. We've been through this and I'm back here today. But from the time that I spoke with him, he addressed these issues and told me honestly that he had a problem, a relapse. We do have him in a treatment facility now. It's not short term, it's a 6-month treatment facility. He's been on diversion now for 4 years. He has been working. I've seen him almost every day. He was working in a factory and now he's been working up at Wendy's. He's got a good job up there and reports regularly. He doesn't miss any work. I know that.
Well, let him come over here. Let me talk to him just a second. You know, one thing that you got going for you is you're a pleasant fellow, you know, and you're respectful and you come here. I'm very disappointed that you didn't admit the use when they asked you about it. I understand why you wouldn't, because there are repercussions and you knew there would be repercussions when they asked you about it. The other thing you have going for you, you're working. Very few people come before me that are working. It also, as far as the Commonwealth's request, it doesn't seem like he's committing any other crimes associated. You know, I mean, you're not burglarizing, you're not stealing. You might be trafficking. You don't say one way or the other because most people that use probably do traffic. They give it to somebody else if they don't have it and back and forth. I understand how it works. But I'm going to give you a pass this time, okay? I'm going to give you a pass. You go to that, complete that rehab, but I'm going to tell you, if you leave the rehab and, you know, you should report immediately to the Barron County Jail. And I'm going to revoke, if you don't finish the rehab, I'm going to revoke your pretrial diversion and have you sentenced. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make you a convicted felon because it'll make getting a job even more difficult. I also don't want to pick up the Glasgow Daily Times or anything and find out that you're dead. Because you and I both know that some of this stuff you can get on the street now, it got fentanyl and stuff in it, and it can kill you. You know that, don't you? So you just, you know, you go and what rehab is he in?
He's in the Art Crown Recovery Center. I have a.
Where is that? I believe you. Just give a copy of the Commonwealth. But where is that located? Where is it? Springfield. Yeah, that's that's St. Catherine College building. Are you able to work while you're up there? You got a job or?
Phase up.
Yeah, when you phase up, you can do that. Well, you go up there and consider this thing a break, and I'm doing it because you continue to try to work. But be honest with these people. I mean, this probation parole officer, they got a lot of people to watch, and they're not trying to be punitive. You heard her say if you admitted it, she'd try to get you some help. And nobody trying to do anything to you, you know. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Merry Christmas to you. Give that to the Commonwealth. And you don't create an order that says he should participate that, and if he leaves, he should report to Barron County Jail and pretrial diversion be revoked. Shad Turner.
Thank you, the court, Taylor Roberts, defendant, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning, Judge.
How are you? We got a review. I'm blessed. Thank you. We've got a review here. What do you have?
Yes, sir. We've agreed to continue the review for another month to see how everything goes over.
January the 19th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Merry
to y'all.
Christmas to you. Yeah. Now, are you ready to go on your folks now? Mr. Bell, does that finish you?
No, Judge, I've got somebody. I've got one more.
Okay, all right. Okay, did we do Billy Graves previously? Billy Graves. Hello. Commonwealth versus Billy Graves, 22 CR 0070 R. Billy Graves, born in 1973. Last 4 digits, social security number 6554. What do we have here? Okay. The motion been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea of guilty today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment 22 CR 0070?
Yes.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you and you believe you're fully informed about your case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. I'm going to go through them here and at the end I'll ask you, okay? You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to release evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, and a right to appeal this matter to a higher court. If you lose, you have a right to require a Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charge. But you understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. Now, they consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but may apply any range of sentence provided below. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will order a investigation by the pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and go to trial. You understand that?
Yes.
You all step to the left. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, serve an additional 30 days home incarceration, with the balance probated for 5 years supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to failure to maintain insurance, the defendant shall pay a $500 fine and court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant shall be evaluated by the social service commission and shall follow any and all recommendations thereof. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do a minimum of 30 hours community service per week until gainful employment is obtained. And the defendant agrees to have any and all controlled substances and or drug paraphernalia disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth and the holding agency.
Graves, is that your understanding of the offer?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you committed the acts charged in the indictment? Do you understand that a plea guilty is this of your own free will and for no other reason? Knowing your constitutional rights, have explained it's still your desire to waive those rights, enter a plea of guilty, and allow the court to fix your punishment. Is that correct? You understand that by any guilty plea, any future convictions could enhance your range of penalty if you ever have another felony. Is that your signature on the motion there?
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept the agreement or a pre-sentence investigation report. Thank you. And order sentencing on January the 19th. You need to meet with the probation parole officer. Okay, thank you. Ricky Henson. Commonwealth versus Ricky Henson. 22 CR 0028. Are you Ricky Henson?
Yes.
Okay, were you born in 1982? Last 4 digits, social security number 5067. You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? Is it substantially correct? Counselor, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today? On a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. On a plea of guilty for failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle, he shall pay a fine of $500. And what are the total costs on this thing? $615. You need some time for that? You pay at $75 a month, the first payment 30 days from today, okay? The defendant agrees to have any drug paraphernalia contraband disposed of, and you need to meet with a probation and parole officer, okay? Then he can come off of that today as soon as he does the interview and you're in probation and parole will decide what happens thereafter, okay? Thank you. Yeah. Devin Howard. There's an active warrant out for him.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Howard has not been picked up on that warrant yet.
You know where he is?
No, Your Honor.
Just kidding. Okay. Angela Mendez. Angela Mendez. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Angela Mendez, 22 CR 0067. Are you Angela Mendez? Born in 1970. Last four digits, social security number 2401. You're here today for sentencing. You understand that? Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done on probation and parole? Is it substantially correct? Is there any reason why this lady should not be sentenced today? On a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years probated, however, 5 years supervised. The defendant agrees to be assessed by social services and follow their recommendations. To obtain gainful employment. Paraphernalia should be destroyed, and the court costs and fees are what? $265. You need some time to pay that. Okay, you pay it $40 a month, starting 30 days from today. Okay, meet with the probation parole officer over there. Civil Poland. Civil Poland. Anybody know anything about civil?
She's coming, she's on the wall.
Okay. Commonwealth versus Civil Poland, 21 CR 0041. Have her step on up to the podium there, if you would. Are you Civil Poland? Born in 1986. Last four digits, social security number 8975. We're on a diversion revocation. What does Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, with our motion revoked, you can vote since.
Tell me something about it.
Miss Poland, she had a new misdemeanor charge in Cumberland County. She admitted to smoking meth and marijuana to Sheriff Daniels. And then
What was the misdemeanor charge?
I think it was possession of marijuana and drug testing. She then supposed to go to treatment in October, but she left treatment. She failed to report to probation and parole, and then she absconded on November 30th.
You want to swear the officer in? Swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Tell me something here.
So Ms. Poland she went to treatment, and I received notification from, treatment provider, Lisa Reynolds. She stayed basically, she dropped out, and she left the facility. She was a proceedings. Left that facility, and then she was on 10/20, she was advised to report on 10/21 as of 11/30. She failed to report to Somerset Probation and Parole Office, after she dropped out. She did report to me, yesterday in Barron County, and stated that she was in, Lexington and had been basically intubated for a while with pretty serious illnesses. So we had the absconding warrant recalled, based on action.
What do you have to say?
Judge, I thought he was talking to me.
Well, you can talk if you want to, but I'll ask your lawyer first.
And Your Honor, I do apologize. This is Ms. Hunter's case and that Ms. Hunter has not had the opportunity to speak with Ms. Poland. I do believe that that is because of Ms. Poland's medical issues. She's not been able to get in contact with our office yet either. And so we don't know a lot of what has been going on in the background of Ms. Poland's case so far.
You want to talk to your client or you just want to let her tell me what the deal is here?
Your Honor, if I could, I would like to speak with Ms. Poland.
Step away from the podium there. Step away from the podium and talk to her there. I'll come back. Alicia Russell. She in Barron County?
She was incarcerated.
Okay.
This.
Sherry Turner. Commonwealth versus Sherry Turner, 22 CR 0076. Are you Sherry Turner? Born in 1977. Last four digits, social security number 4490. We're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say? It's a felony plea. Okay. A motion's been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this free and voluntarily given? Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0076? Is your judgment impaired today in any way? Have you discussed this matter with your attorney and are you satisfied with her advice? Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? Do you believe you're fully informed about the case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against you. No one can make you say anything, right to speak trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to tell this matter higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by the law. I do not have to accept your recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I will await the pre-sentence investigation report from probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you will have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand that? Y'all will step to your left here. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Upon a plea of guilty to failure to maintain insurance on a motor vehicle, the defendant shall pay a fine of $500. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. Defendant agrees to be assessed by the social services clinician and will follow any recommendations thereof. The defendant shall pay fines and court costs in the discretion of the court, shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. And the defendant shall agree to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the law and Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes,
Has anyone offered or threatened you in any way to get you? Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty of committing the acts charged in the indictment as amended? Do you plead guilty of your own free will because you are guilty? Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, as I've explained to you, is still your desire to give up those rights by entering a plea of guilty to charges and allow the court to fix your punishment in the range committed for law. You understand that by entering a plea today, any future convictions will enhance the range of penalty under the persistent penalty offender law. Is that your signature on the motion offer?
yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll accept the agreement, order of pre-sentence investigation report. Thank you, to be done by probation and parole. And schedule your sentencing on January 19th. Please meet with the probation parole officer, okay? Parker Pettit. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Parker Pettit, 22 CR 0057. Are you Parker Pettit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1989?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 4795.
Yes, sir.
You're here today for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes, sir.
Is it substantially correct? Mr. Bell, is there any reason children should not be sentenced today?
No.
On a plea of guilty to trafficking in controlled substance first degree fentanyl, defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years, serve 120 days in-home incarceration with a balance probated for 5 years. Defendant shall be referred to social clinician following any and all recommendations. Defendant shall reside and remain outside of Monroe County, only permitted to enter Monroe County with the permission of the probation and parole office upon notification of them. He shall receive credit for time served. The defendant should pay a $500 fine. What's the court cost? $240. So that's $740. You need some time to pay that. Let you pay it $75 a month. First payment be 30 days from today. How many days credit does he have? Probation, parole? Counselor? Move over here. Y'all need to talk to these people before you come here. You're interfering with the court. How many days credit does he have?
I have to look in on my computer.
Do you have a ankle bracelet on now? How many days have you had it on there?
Since the last day, my last day.
So you don't have 120 days on yet?
Right.
Oh, okay, we need to talk to probation and parole. Is there anything else I need to bring up on this? Okay, talk to probation and parole. Okay, thank you very much. Now we got civil polling. Are y'all ready for civil polling yet? Yeah, let's go back to Fuentes, Sadie Fuentes. Commonwealth versus Sadie Fuentes, 22 CR 0071. And we previously identified you, Ms. Fuentes. You were born in 1985. You do not have a social security number. Is that correct? You need to say something. Well, that's great. Okay, we don't have a interpreter here today. Well, we apologize to Ms. Fuentes for not having an interpreter here today. I'm apologizing for the person that didn't show up. It's not my fault. And it's surely not my staff lawyer's fault. Who did you request? Okay, well, what we'll do is, what's she charged with? Is this an interpreter here? Are you an interpreter? Well, you're here just in time. By your presence, you denied this lady a continuance for 30 days. If you hadn't been here, she got a continuance. I'm just kidding. Come on. I'll let you gather yourself here just for a second.
Sometimes it's still a piece of paper.
Yeah, that's right. Want to come on up? That's it. You raise your right hand as interpreter. You swear or affirm that you've been accepted in the courts of the Commonwealth of Kentucky as an appropriate interpreter, that you will interpret all matters of court to the best of your ability. Okay, thank you very much. Ma'am, would you state your name? Okay, and you previously acknowledged that your birth is 1985.
June 19, 1985.
Okay, and you do not have a social security number. Okay, you're here today for a pretrial conference. Have you had an opportunity to meet with the Commonwealth?
Unfortunately, the interpreter that we retained, assessed with this case, I have a family emergency, was not able to be here today. And to go remotely. That means that's what we stopped and we originally were on the January day, it's still on for coming.
Well, you could have the opportunity to go over the plea with her today.
I would do so, but it is my understanding that we will be required to use our own interpreter for the purposes. The court will change the purpose of the interpreter for court. I do have an obligation to confidentiality and.
I understand. So you want to do this on January 19th. Hey, you have a day certain that you want her to appear so that you can use your own interpreter to consult?
Here on our negotiation date as well.
She should appear here at the Justice Center on January 6th for negotiations. And you will have an interpreter here for her that day. Okay, the next court appearance will be January 19th here at 9 a.m. Both the January 6th and January 19th are conditions of her bond. Thank you very much. Do you have papers for me to sign for you, man? Oh, you are? Well, well, you know, that's unusual. We're one of the only circuits that split between two Supreme Court districts. This is in Bowling Green here,
Yes.
Monroe County, and the other two are in with London and Somerset and those areas there. So is that right? Well, we look forward to working with you. Thank you. You have a safe trip home. Merry Christmas to you. Yeah. So do we have anybody in jail that needs an interpreter? Well, you can enjoy the barbecue. Tompkinsville is known for the barbecues. You see these guys over here, you can tell they all eat a lot of it. So they got famous for Western Kentucky barbecue. You have a Merry Christmas. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, now we took care of it. How about civil Poland? It will return to Commonwealth versus Civil Poland, which is 21 CR 0041. What do you have now?
Your Honor, we have reached an agreement with the Commonwealth and we will, for voiding her diversion, Ms. Poland is to be put back on supervision with probation and parole and to be court ordered to reside with her.
Well, she's under pretrial diversion. Okay, then we'll have to order a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. And she'll have to be sentenced. Oh, and did you say in lieu of? Well, I didn't hear you. Yeah.
But in lieu of her pretrial diversion being voided, she will be put back on diversion to continue supervision probation and to be residing with her aunt during her medical ailment.
Is that fine with the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And once Ms. Bowen is held here, probation parole is going to for some treatment purpose.
Well, I'm not going to ask what your medical problems are because that's a matter of privacy. But I will tell you that whatever your medical problem is, it will not be helped by taking illegal drugs. So you just need to, as Judge Carter used to say, you need to live at the foot of the cross between now and then, because we do have facilities for people that are sick that they can serve in the penitentiary. They have a prison hospital up there. I'm telling you, they do the best they can, but you do not want to be there. You understand? Okay. Thank you very much. That concludes the live docket, I believe. Is there anyone else here live to see the court? Okay. Who you got? Come on up. You got him? You got Brian Walker. What's Mr. Walker's deal here?
We have tendered an order dismissing Mr. Walker's case without prejudice.
Well, is that okay if I dismiss your case? Well, that's the right answer, because if you said no, I'd had a psychiatric evaluation done. Okay, well, you may have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. And, thank you, Monroe. I feel honored to cut it out.
Well, don't cut it off. That's a crime, but you let him off of it, all right?
I'll give him the opportunity to snip. How about that?
Okay, why don't you take him out in the hall there? That's more than I can stand, so. Okay, let's go off the record until we go to the jail docket in 15 minutes, okay? Okay, let's come to order. We'll go to Davis County Detention Center.
Yes, Your Honor.
We have John Riley, please.
Riley, get over here, please.
Nick Carter, the attorney on this, where is he? Commonwealth of Kentucky versus John Riley, 18 CR 00202. Are you John Riley?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Are you John Riley?
I'm John Riley, the attorney of record appearing for the person, John Riley. I don't argue the facts, jurisdiction, or venue. I request.
Okay, were you born in 1968, Mr. Riley?
Again, I'm John Riley, the attorney of record appearing for the person, John Riley. I request you issue me an appearance bond and waive all public costs. Close the account, issue the order of the court to me immediately. Set off and adjust all public charges by the exemption in accord with public policy.
Mr. Campbell, who do you represent here? Are you probation parole officer?
Your Honor, I'm probation and parole
Okay,
officer.
this gentleman says he's representing himself today.
Okay,
I guess I have to have a hearing on that. Yeah. What does the Commonwealth have to say in this case?
Your Honor, this is our motion to revoke, and we're willing to have a hearing on it to discuss why we're wanting to revoke.
Will you swear your
Mr.
witness, please? You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed for the Commonwealth.
State your name for the record,
Patrick Campbell.
and what is your title?
I'm an assistant district supervisor for District 3 in probation and parole.
Okay, as part of your duties with probation and parole is to supervise Mr. John W. Riley.
That's correct.
Okay, and could you please tell the court if Mr. Riley has had any violations while under your supervision?
He has.
Okay, could you please tell the court exactly what those violations are?
I can. On June the 30th, 2022, Mr. Riley appeared in court for a revocation motion. In this case, prior. In lieu of revocation, Riley was ordered to serve an alternative sentence and report immediately to probation and parole upon release. On July 1st, 2022, Riley was released from jail. No contact was made by Riley with probation and parole. On July the 5th, at the time, ADS Collins attempted to call Riley after he was released and got phone numbers from the jail booking. No contact was made by Riley, and Riley did not report. On July the 7th, myself attempted to call Riley and spoke to a family member of Riley who stated the only place he would know where he was at would be at his residence in Owensboro. I requested a courtesy home visit be done by the local probation and parole, which happened on July the 8th. A door tag was left due to negative contact at the residence, instructing Riley to contact myself immediately. On July the 11th, I was contacted by the same family member previously mentioned. He stated that Riley was running around Monroe County, but did not know where. And he further stated that Riley knew probation and parole was looking for him and that he should have contacted probation and parole. At that time, no contact was made by Riley with myself or Officer Collins. A justice exchange yielded no results, and a check of local hospitals yielded no results. We had no way of contacting Mr. Riley at that time when it had exhausted all resources in trying to locate and contact him.
Do you know if Mr. Riley's had any new arrests?
To my knowledge, yes, and I believe that Officer Collins may have more information on those.
That's all the questions I have for Mr. Campbell at this time, and we'll take some testimony if Mr. Riley doesn't have any questions.
Mr. Riley, you have the right to remain silent, but you also, as acting as your own attorney, have the right to inquire of this officer. Do you have any questions that you would like to ask this officer?
No.
Okay. Well, you want to call your next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I call Ryan Collins.
Mr. Collins, you raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, state your name with whom you're employed.
Chase Collins, probation and parole, Monroe County.
You may proceed.
On 11/3/2022, Mr. Riley was charged in Davies County case number 22M02248 for fleeing or evading police second degree on foot. Memo states officers were dispatched to 2502 Ebach Street in reference to a male subject who has warrants and causing disturbance. While at the front door, officers heard the back door open. Officers observed a male subject with a pink shirt meeting the description of John Riley. Officers gave verbal commands stating police and to stop. Officers were able to catch Mr. Riley in the alleyway just south of 2502 Ebach Street. And officers transported Riley to DC. I was also charged on, he also had a new misdemeanor arrest on 7/1/22, 22M2250 for unlawful imprisonment second degree. That citation had no details of that case.
That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Riley, you have the right to inquire of this witness. Would you like to?
No.
Okay. Do you have any other witnesses for the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Riley, you have a right to remain silent, and I would tell you that anything you say could be used against you. Would you like to testify on your own behalf?
No.
Okay. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, it's my understanding Mr. Riley is on pretrial diversion since he absconded, has had no misdemeanors, and has failed to keep in contact with probation and parole. We would ask that his pretrial diversion be revoked.
Is he on pretrial diversion or probation?
I believe he's on pretrial diversion.
Okay, well, I will revoke the pretrial diversion and ask it to be interviewed by probation and parole and schedule a sentencing for January 19th. Okay, thank you very much, Davis County. You may be excused. Okay, let's go to Barron County. They're not on yet, so we'll go off the record until we get to Barron County. They're scheduled at 10:30. Thank you. Okay, Barron County. Barron County Detention.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, do you have males and females there, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, let's start with Logan Arms then. Purpose of arraignment. Are you Logan Arms? Are you Logan Arms? Okay, I can't hear what Logan is saying, so,
Yes, sir.
okay. Logan, were you born in 1991?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 9402. Are you represented by an attorney?
No, sir.
Did this go through district court? Did you have the Department of Public Advocacy in district court?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll continue the appointment. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. You have a right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with unlawful imprisonment in the first degree, 2 counts, strangulation in the first degree, assault in the 4th degree. Do you understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, counselor, you represent Mr. Arms. The indictment is on the way. You acknowledge the receipt of the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll have a negotiation day on January 6th, and the next court date will be on January the 19th. What are the conditions of Mr. Arms' bond? Pretrial on? Pretrial?
I'm showing Your Honor that, it's.
I cannot hear you.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm showing that he has, have an ankle monitor, to be on home incarceration with the exceptions, to be drug and alcohol free, and to have no contact or communication with the victim.
What was it? Start from the beginning. What was the bond?
Yes, Your Honor, showing that it's 10,000, or I'm sorry, 100,000 cash.
Okay, 100,000 cash. Okay, you can schedule a bond reduction hearing if you would like. And we'll schedule that before the next rule day if y'all can if you can't reach an agreement on the thing, if you'd like, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. David Bridges. David Bridges. Commonwealth versus David Bridges. 22 CR 0064, 22 CR 0081. Are you David Bridges?
Sir.
Were you born in 1970?
Sir.
Last four digits of your social security number 6243.
Sir.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictments number 22 CR 0064 and 22 CR 0081?
Sir.
Is your judgment impaired today in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed these charges with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the evidence the Commonwealth has against you? You feel like you're fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to plead guilty. You have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial, but jury right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charges against you. Do you understand that by entering a guilty plea today that you waive those rights? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting any recommendation, I will wait to pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept Commonwealth's recommendation to decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Do you understand that? Ms. Gordon Anderson, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to burglary, third degree, and persistent felony offender, second degree, in case number 22 CR 64, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years. Upon a plea of guilty to criminal mischief, first degree, and persistent felony offender, second degree, in case number 22 CR 64, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years. These two sentences in case number 22 CR 64 are to run concurrently for a total of 10 years. Upon a plea of guilty to burglary, third degree, and persistent felony offender, second degree, in case number 22 CR 81, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 10 years. Upon a plea of guilty to theft by unlawful taking over $1,000 and persistent felony offender, second degree, in case number 22 CR 81, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 2 years. These two sentences in case number 22 CR 81 are to run concurrently for a total of 10 years. The sentence in case number 22 CR 81 and case number 22 CR 64 are to run concurrently for a total of 10 years to serve. The Commonwealth will oppose probation. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court.
Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's recommendation, sir? Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts charged in the indictments, or as the indictments as amended?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you doing so of your own free will because you are guilty and for no other reason? Knowing your constitutional rights to explain, is it still your desire to give up those rights and allow the court to fix punishment within the range permitted by law? Now, by entering, you are entering a plea to a PFO situation. You understand that after entering this plea, any future convictions could also be enhanced as far as a penalty of law. Do you understand that? Counselor, could you hold the document up? Is that your signature on there, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'll accept the agreement. Now, is he a state prisoner?
No, sir.
So I'll have to order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. Have you here on January 19th for sentencing, okay?
Your
Thank
Honor,
you.
I apologize. Mr. Bridges did want me to inquire with you. He is taking a significant amount of time in this case, and he is hoping that the court would be willing to furlough him until final sentencing on any
No,
condition.
I'm not going to do that, but I will waive the court cost.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, we'll waive the court cost. Christopher Caraway.
Can I say something, sir?
Yes.
I mean, I know, I spoke to my attorney about the hammer clause, I mean, I understand, and I have some affairs I need to take care of. I mean, they're not just, I want to get out and do whatever I want to. No, I want to get out and check on my brother. I want to get me some eyeglasses. I mean, they don't offer no eyeglasses for nothing here. Right here is what I have to read, 2 pair of glasses in here and everything. I mean, there's some situations I need to take care of, like I need to get my stuff.
Well, I tell you what you need to do is talk to your attorney. And if the Commonwealth can submit me an agreed order, I really can't take time to get enough information today, and I don't want to cut you off. I want you to get an opportunity for your attorney to present what you need to do to the Commonwealth, and maybe they can reach an agreement on that, okay?
Well, if I get final sentence, I'm gonna be able to get out then the 19th.
You're not going to get final sentence till January the 19th.
I'm saying that I want to get out because, you know.
I know you do. And I'll give you an opportunity to get a furlough to do that if they're in agreement with it. Okay? Thank you. Christopher Caraway.
Last month, you lowered my.
Christopher Caraway. We're finished. Thank you.
Okay.
Christopher Caraway. Excuse me. Are you Christopher Caraway?
Sir.
This is 22 CR 0042. Mr. Caraway, were you born in 1984?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, Social Security number 1014.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You're here today for a pretrial conference. Do we have anything to report?
Your Honor, we have a felony plea.
Mr. Caraway, I've been informed that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22CR0042?
Yes, sir.
Is your judgment impaired in any way?
No, sir.
Have you discussed the charges with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
Are you satisfied with the advice of your counsel?
Yes. Yes,
Have
sir.
you reviewed the evidence Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, sir.
You believe that you have been fully informed about your case?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charge against you. Understand that, do you understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights? I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may accept but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept a recommendation. Prior to accepting your recommendation, I'll wait the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you will have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Ms. Gordon-Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to trafficking in a controlled substance first degree over 2 grams of methamphetamine, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years to serve. The Commonwealth will oppose probation. This sentence is to run concurrently with the Dare Circuit Court case number 22CR78. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court and shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week community service until gainful employment is obtained. And the defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that your understanding, sir, of the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Sir.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts and charge, and are you doing this your own free will?
Sir.
Knowing constitutional rights have been explained to you, is it still your desire to give up those rights? Enter you a plea of guilty and allow the court to fix your punishment within a range permitted by law?
Sir.
You understand that by entering this plea of guilty, any future convictions could be enhanced as far as the range of penalty. Do you understand that?
Sir.
Is that your signature, counselor? Is that your signature on there, sir?
Sir.
Okay, I accept the plea order pre-sentence investigation report, and we will have the sentencing on January the 19th. Robert Cox. Commonwealth versus Robert Cox, 18 CR 0040 and 17 CR 0013. Are you Robert Cox?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1957.
Sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 6177. Now we're here. 6177, is that correct?
Sir.
Okay. We're here today on a probation revocation and a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we're going to pass our motion to revoke to next month. If we could set this for negotiation day to see if we can have a global resolution in this case. He has a new charge that he was already arraigned on.
Continue this to January 6th for negotiation, and the next trial date will be January 19th. What they're trying to do, Mr. Cox, is wrap all your stuff so you can take care of all of it together, okay? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tracy Davis. Tracy Davis, Commonwealth versus Tracy Davis, 16 CR 0065. Are you Tracy Davis?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Born in 1972.
Yes, Your Honor.
Last 4 digits of your social security number are 7718.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Cumberland, you're represented by Office of Public Advocacy. The grand jury of Monroe County's returned an indictment charging you possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of controlled substance. Counselor, do you acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, wait for more, you can arraignment, interplea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll set negotiation day on January 6th. Next court date on the 19th. What is Mr. Davis's bond?
Or I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's no bond. It was 5,000 cash on another case that he had in front of Judge Costello, but it's no bond on this one.
Why is that?
I believe he was at a state.
He's been at NCIC for 4 years.
Been in NCIC for 4 years is the reason.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Stacy Flippin. Commonwealth versus Stacy Flippin. 22 CR 0087 and 21 CR 0048. Are you Stacy Flippin?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1964.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 1815.
Yes, sir.
Right, representative of the Office of Public Advocacy. We're here on a probation, revocation, and pretrial conference. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what do you have to say?
Your Honor, we are still trying to work this one out. If we can set it for negotiation day in January, if we can't come to a resolution by then we're going to be setting a trial date.
Okay, negotiation January 6th. Next court date, January 19th.
Your Honor, I apologize. Mr. Flippin has expressed to me, and I have received some medical documentation where he has some very serious medical conditions that he is hoping to be able to receive surgery for in the near future. If we were able to forward that medical documentation to you, would you consider a short furlough for treatment purposes?
Well, I'll consider anything. You know, you need to get the information, not to me, but to the Commonwealth, and y'all can discuss it and then you get it with me. But obviously, if there is a medical condition that needs to be addressed, I'll consider it. So get it. You have the information with you today.
I do, Your Honor. I have part of it.
Anything that's sent to me probably has to be put in a file, and I really don't want this gentleman's private medical information being put in a file anywhere. So y'all work it out, and then I can do an in-camera meeting. We don't have to wait to the next court day if he needs it before then, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Jenna Ford. Commonwealth versus Jenna, 52 CR 0088. Are you Jenna Ford? Were you born in 1995? You need to speak up.
Sir.
Okay. Last 4 digits, your social security number is 7835.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here on a pretrial today. What do we have, Miss Gordon Anderson?
I believe Ms. Hill was able to speak with Mr. Stockton this morning regarding this case. I believe we're going to be tendering an agreed order for her to go to a mental health facility, and then possibly have another negotiation day to see how that's going.
Okay, Ms. Ford, they've agreed to allow you to go somewhere to be evaluated or for treatment. And so I will go ahead and set this for review then on January 19th, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Excuse me just a second. Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Well, okay,
By agreeing to the event center, what am I also agreeing to? Because I haven't signed any papers and I'm not sure what's,
you're not agreeing to anything. You're not entering a plea, or you're not agreeing. They're just gonna have you evaluated to see if there's anything they do that could improve your situation. So you're not doing anything that would harm yourself at all, okay? Okay, who's next on the docket? Jason Grider.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bruce Brown here. That is a conflict case that I just got recently. I have
Commonwealth
received.
versus Jason Grider, 22 CR 0091. Are you Jason Grider?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1978.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 1251.
Sir.
Okay, now your counsel is there. What did you have to say?
I believe I've got the discovery and an initial offer in this case. I haven't had a chance to meet with Mr. Grider yet. We've agreed to pass this until the next negotiation and January dates.
What's Mr. Grider charged with? Ms. Gordon Anderson.
Let me check. I know it involves a child, Your Honor.
Yeah, well, it's serious. Craig got some PFOs and things. So the next negotiation day is January 6th, and the next court date's January 19th.
Your Honor, it is a criminal
Yeah,
abuse first.
I've got it now. I've got it now. January the 6th and January the 19th, both of them conditions of bond. Catherine Grider. Pardon? Yeah, she's being interviewed for a possible drug court. Carolyn Hall. Carolyn Hall. Are you Carolyn Hall? Are you Carolyn Hall? You're going to have to say something. The nod does not activate the microphone. I cannot hear you.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's good. This is 22 CR 0077. Ms. Hall, were you born in 1981?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and the last four digits, social security number 4896. Okay, you're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Hall, papers have been filed, a motion that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes,
Are you the same person named in an indictment number 22 CR 0077? Have you
Yes.
discussed this matter with your attorney and you feel like you're informed about your case?
yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the evidence which Commonwealth has against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, do you understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea? You have certain rights under Kentucky and the United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you fully understand those rights. You have the right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speedy trial by jury, the right to be represented counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses you in favor and have a process issued to compel their attendance. You have the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose. Right to require Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. And do you understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights? You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to fleeing or evading the police first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years, probated for 5 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. Upon a plea of guilty to unlawful use of an automobile or other propelled vehicle, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 12 months. Upon a plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration of or above 0.08 while under the influence of alcohol or other substance, second offense, aggravating circumstances, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 30 days and shall pay a fine of $500. The defendant shall be assessed and complete any recommendations of the social service clinician, and the defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court.
Is that what you agree to, ma'am?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts, and are you doing so of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
Knowing your constitutional rights to explain to us, is still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea of guilty, and allow the court to fix punishment within the range permitted by law. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, any future convictions will enhance the range of penalty under persistent felony offender law. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counselor, will you hold the document up? Is that your signature on there, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll accept the agreement, order pre-sentence investigation report, and schedule sentencing for January 19th. Thank you very much. Janessa Howard. Janessa Howard. Are you Janessa Howard?
Sure.
Were you born in 1989?
Sure.
The last four digits of your social security number are 8397.
Sir.
Could you step back just a little bit so we can get you on camera? There you go. Okay. We're here today in 18 CR 0094 and 18 CR 00184 for probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is our motion to revoke probation unless instead of having revocation, Mr. Stockton had also proposed that Ms. Howard go to drug court if she was willing to be assessed for that.
And I believe there is an agreement for Ms. Howard to go to drug court. Ms. Hunter has indicated to me that she's already submitted that agreement to Ms. Thompson.
Well, I'll sign the drug court referral, and then I guess they will come and evaluate her, do an interview with her, and then they'll take a vote on it. So Ms. Howard, I have no problem with you having the opportunity to do drug court. You know, it's a good program if you work at it, you get you a job, try to straighten your life out, okay?
Sure.
Okay, the orders have been signed out of Pittsburgh, so that you can wait for them to come over and do the interview. Yeah, you've been referred. They'll be in contact with you.
Thank you.
Robert Jones. Commonwealth versus Robert Jones, 21 CR 0014. Are you Robert Jones?
Perfect.
Born in 1996. What are the last four digits of your social security number?
377.
Hey, we're here on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this is our motion to revoke. Mr. Stockton has also informed me that we would, in lieu of revocation, if Mr. Jones would be assessed for drug court, if that's something that he would be willing to do.
Were you willing to do that, Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have I signed the paper on that?
We can tender an order, Your Honor, if there's not one.
Okay, tender an order. I'll sign it, Mr. Jones. I'll sign the order, give you an opportunity at drug court. Hope you can get in there and turn your life around and the thing, man. Okay?
Sir.
Heather McPeak. Are you Heather McPeak? We're here on 19 CR 0096. Were you born in 1985? Last four digits, social security number 4664. You're represented here today by counsel, by private counsel. We're here on a probation revocation. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, this was our motion to revoke based on the fact that she was terminated from drug court.
Yeah. What was the cause of the termination?
It appears that that she was testing positive for kratom multiple times, and she absconded from the program.
Okay, I have received some letters here from counsel. Have Commonwealth reviewed those letters?
I just received them a little bit ago. I haven't had a
Yeah, well,
chance
you
to
can
read over them.
review. Now, this is a probation. It's not a pretrial diversion. Is that right? It was a probation.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I will take into consideration the letters when we take a look at shock probation, but I take very seriously people who abscond from the drug court and who violate the terms of the drug court. So I'm going to revoke Ms. McPeak's probation, and counsel we'll keep those letters. And if you want to file a motion for shock, as soon as she's eligible, we'll consider them in, okay? Jesus Padilla.
I think he's trying to talk, Your Honor. His microphone's not on. Ms. McPeak's attorney.
Your Honor, when do you consider that eligibility under these circumstances?
Well, it's not
60
less-
days?
It's 30, not less than 30 or more than 180 days. But you need to be talking to Commonwealth to see what their position is, because you just can file that motion, see what their position is about how long they want her to serve before, absconding from drug court is taken very seriously. Very seriously. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Jesus Padilla.
Wow.
Jesus Padilla. Are you Jesus Padilla?
Yes, sir.
Okay, were you born in 1982?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Padilla, do you have a social security number?
I don't have a social security.
Okay. You're here on 21 CR 0068, 21 CR 0069, 21 CR 00117. All those are on probation revocations, and you also have it has a pretrial conference list. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Your Honor, we're going to set this for negotiation day in January to see if we can do a global resolution in this case, since he's got revocations as well as that new charge.
Okay, so the new charge is in 21 CR 00117, correct? What's the number? I don't.
Let me see. 22 CR 80. 22 CR 80.
Okay, it's not on the docket sheet that I have. It's the pretrial conference at 22 CR 80 00080. Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Padilla, what they're going to try to do is take your new charge and your previously probated charges and try to negotiate a global settlement. They'll do that on January the 6th, and your next court date will be January 19th, and maybe you get all of them resolved. Okay. Thank you very much. Kevin Perdue. Commonwealth versus Kevin Perdue, 22 CR 0043. Are you Kevin Perdue? Are you Kevin Perdue? I can't hear you, Mr. Perdue.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Perdue, were you born in 1990?
Sir.
Okay, and the last four digits, your social security number are 1296.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We have a plea, Your Honor. It looks like a felony plea.
Okay. Mr. Perdue, a motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a guilty plea today. Is that correct? Yeah. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Sir.
Are you the same person named under indictment number 22 CR 0043?
Sir.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice?
Sir.
You believe that you've been fully informed about the case? You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, sir, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. You have a right to speed trial by jury, the right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial, the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of the charge. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I may consider Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will order a pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you will have a right to withdraw your plea. You understand that? Now, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. Upon a plea of guilty to receiving stolen property over $1,000, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 3 years. Probation is to be supervised. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained.
Is that your understanding, sir? Is that your understanding of the agreement? Okay. Are you pleading guilty because you did commit the acts and you're doing so of your own free will? Okay. Knowing your constitutional rights, explain to you still your desire to proceed and allow the court to fix your punishment. And now you understand that after entry of this plea, if you have any future felony convictions, they could be enhanced as far as the range of penalties. Do you understand that? You need to say yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Is that your, hold the signature up for this gentleman to take a look at? That's your signature on there, sir? Okay, I accept the plea order, pre-sentence investigation report, and schedule a hearing for sentencing for January 19th. And you can expect to get out on that date at the sentencing if I accept the plea, okay? Thank you very much.
Your Honor.
Parker Pettit.
Your
We
Honor, I
already did, he
apologize.
was already here. We already did sentencing. Terrence Portia. Terrence Portia. Are you Terrence Portia? This is 22 CR 0066. Were you born in 1983? And the last 4 digits, social security number 1296.
Yes.
Okay, what do we have here at the Commonwealth?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Portia, there's been a motion signed that says you wish to enter a felony plea. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0066?
Yeah.
Is your judgment impaired today?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice? You believe you're fully informed about the case. You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. Now, you have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury. Right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. Right to produce evidence. Right to call witnesses in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance. You have a right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. You understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up all those rights. You understand that? Yeah, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation after seeing the pre-sentence investigation report and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea. Now, Ms. Gordon Anderson, what is the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Our recommendation is upon a plea of guilty to failure to comply with sex offender registration and operating a motor vehicle while license is revoked or suspended for driving under the influence, third offense, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 2 years on each charge to run concurrently for a total of 2 years to serve. Commonwealth will oppose probation. This sentence is to run concurrently with Barron Circuit Court case number 22 CR 483. The defendant shall pay court costs at the discretion of the court, shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. And the defendant shall agree to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to, sir? You're pleading guilty because you did do the acts as charged, is that correct? You doing it of your own free will? Okay, knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to enter this plea and allow the court to fix your punishment range permitted by law? Is that correct? Do you understand that after entering a guilty plea, any future convictions will be enhanced as far as range of penalty? Do you understand that? Okay. Hold the signature up for this gentleman, please. Is that your signature on there? And we'll order a pre-sentence investigation report to be done, and sentencing will be on January the 19th. Okay, Michael Reed. Michael Reed. Are you Michael Reed?
Sir.
Mr. Reed, were you born in 1982?
Sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5155. You're here today for a pretrial conference. You're represented by Office of Public Advocacy. What does the Commonwealth have to say about this case?
Your Honor, Mr. Reed, they had to get a conflict counsel for him because there's a co-defendant, Andrea Stinson, and I believe Mr. Brown has just been appointed in this case. So we're going to set it for negotiation day. That way we can have an opportunity to see if we can come to a resolution on it.
Okay.
That's correct, Judge.
You're in an appearance here. We'll schedule a negotiation day on January 6th. The next trial date, the next court date rather, is January 19th. We'll either enter a plea or set a trial date. What's Mr. Reed charged with?
Criminal abuse first, Judge.
Okay, well, you can negotiate about the bond situation if you'd like, once you become informed about the case. I won't have Mr. Reed use his one time for bond reduction today, since you've just been appointed. Isaac Roddy.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes. Isaac Roddy. Commonwealth versus Isaac Roddy, 19 CR 00102 and 19 CR 0093. Are you Isaac Roddy? Are you Isaac Roddy? You need to speak up a little bit.
Sir.
Okay. It says here you're represented by Ken Garrett.
No, 2 months ago, you said you was gonna send me papers for a revocation or for appointed lawyer, and I never got them.
Okay. Okay, well, let's go ahead and appoint you to the Office of Public Advocacy. This is a probation revocation. Seems to have slipped through the cracks here. What does Commonwealth have to say about this? Just so council will be informed about it.
This is our motion to revoke based on the fact he's tested positive for fentanyl.
Yeah, and what's the underlying charge?
His underlying charge was trafficking a controlled substance, and he had received 5 years, and it was probation.
How long
That
have
was
you been
from
in jail,
2019.
Mr. Roddy? Mr. Roddy, how long have you been in jail?
Going on 4 months.
Okay. I will schedule this on January 19th. And I'm going to allow Mr. Roddy to make a bond since he's been there. And Mr. Roddy, since you didn't get the papers, if I let you out on bond, do you think you can conduct yourself appropriately and stay off the drugs until the 19th?
Sir.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and schedule you a negotiation date on January the 6th. Your attorney will be in contact with you, and you'll be back here on January 19th. You have somebody that'll sign a $10,000 surety bond for you?
I honestly don't know. They might be able to, but I don't know.
See if you can get a surety bond signed for you. That's very low. They don't have to put any money up. See if it's surety just to get appearance.
Your Honor.
Yeah.
If he were to get out, he needs to go immediately and report to probation and parole, Mr. Collins.
Well, since you're under the supervision of probation and parole, I'm just going to let you do an ROR bond then. And when you get out, you go directly to the probation and parole officer. Can y'all set him a time and date? Will y'all be there this afternoon or in the morning, or when will you be there?
It's in Monday at 9.
Monday at 9. Okay, what I'm gonna do is release you Monday at 8 o'clock. And you go straight up to probation and parole, okay? Okay, and don't let us down on this thing and get any of that fentanyl or anything in you and die on me, okay?
Your Honor, if I could
Okay.
get contact information for Mr. Roddy.
I don't really want to broadcast his contact information. Mr. Roddy, they'll be calling the jail there, give the contact information to the jail, and so you can get your attorney's number and she can get your number, okay? Okay, thank you. Andrea Stinson. 22 CR 0089. Are you Andrea Stinson?
Sir?
You born in 1992?
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of social security number 1838.
Yes, sir.
You are represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. You're here on a pretrial conference. Ms. Gordon Anderson, what do we have in this case?
Your Honor, is Ms. Stinson, I believe this is Ms. Hill's motion to modify her bond.
Well, where are we as far as the negotiation and thing of this case? Have we set it for trial?
Your Honor, Ms. Stinson's case has an extensive amount of discovery, medical documentation. We have some investigation in order in her case, and we need.
Are you rocking back and forth there?
Your Honor?
Ms. Hill, don't rock back and forth. It's kind of abstract. Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I apologize. Ms. Stinson's case has an extensive amount of discovery. There is a lot of medical documentation that needs to be reviewed. We are in the process of investigation into her case. We need a little.
You want to have a bond reduction hearing is what you're telling me?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to call any witnesses?
Your Honor, I do not want to call any witnesses. The argument that we have for Ms. Stinson is that the facts of these cases arose back in the year 2020. Ms. Stinson, since that time, has acquired no additional charges.
I don't know. What are the facts of the case? Give me the facts of the case. You said.
I apologize, Your Honor. You want the facts of the case?
Well, the charge, I don't want you to reveal any defense you might have or anything, but she's charged with.
Your Honor, she is charged with a criminal abuse involving a child who was taken to the hospital and who appeared to be underweight at the time.
What does the Commonwealth say as far as discovery and that sort of thing?
There is a lot of discovery, Your Honor. That's why it took so long to get these charges brought forward because of the medical records. But we would oppose any type of modification to her bond because the victim is a child, and that was the criminal abuse. The facts that stem from it is starvation. So we would oppose any type of, especially an unsecured bond.
Well, I'm not going to change the bond without some testimony of some sort. So I know, can be enlightened about whether, where she's going to go. She's flight risk, this or that. But I will not use this motion that I've kind of heard today against Ms. Stinson. Ms. Stinson, you got a right to one bond reduction hearing. I right and the rest of them, but I just don't think I've had enough information to make a decision on that. So I'm not going to use this one against you. I'm going to allow you to reserve your bond reduction. And counsel, if you want a bond reduction here, and I suggest you bring some testimony about why she's not a flight risk or a danger to anyone else or that sort of thing. And I'll be glad to hear it.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll refile for the next court date.
Okay, thank you. Callie Strong. Ms. Stinson is on the docket for when the next time? There's a pretrial conference today for Ms. Stinson, so I'll reschedule her for the night for negotiation and then for the 19th, I guess, okay? Okay, Callie Strong. Are you Callie Strong? Were you born in 1969?
Yes.
Okay. Last 4 digits, social security number 7609.
Yes.
We're here for a pretrial conference. You're represented by Mr. Johnny Bell. Mr. Bell, what do you have here today?
We have a felony plea, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Strong, I understand that you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct?
Yes,
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol? Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
yes,
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0061?
yes.
Is your judgment impaired in any way today, sir?
No.
Okay, have you discussed this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with his advice? You believe you're fully informed about your case?
Yes,
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speed trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor, right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you are guilty of charges against you. By entering this guilty plea today, you give up those charges. Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided by law. I do not have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting the recommendation, I will wait the pre-sentence investigation report to be done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to give a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Do you understand that?
yes.
What is the Commonwealth's recommendation, Ms. Gordon Anderson?
I've got a pretrial diversion plea offer for Mr. Strong. Is that correct, Mr. Bell?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
Okay, well, the only thing I've just got a couple more questions in to ask. This is a pretrial diversion. Have you previously been diverted in the last 5 years?
No,
Are you on probation or parole?
no,
Okay. You understand if you successfully complete the diversion, you will be brought back to the court and the case will be dismissed, pretrial diverted. But if you violate the pretrial diversion, then you'll come back and I'll revoke the pretrial diversion and then I'll schedule a pre-sentence investigation report and you would be a convicted felon then. Do you understand that?
yes.
Mr. Bell, do you have a copy of the agreement there with you?
Judge, I do not. I left the copy over at the court. I believe Miss Anderson had that with her.
I have one, Your Honor, that's been
Will you hold
signed.
it up, his signature up, to see if you can identify the signature? That's your signature, sir?
Yes.
Okay, now let's read the pretrial diversion agreement again. Make sure we got it right.
Okay. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years, pretrial diverted for 5 years. Diversion is to be supervised. Upon a plea of guilty to operating a motor vehicle with alcohol concentration of or above 0.08 or while under the influence of alcohol or other substances, the defendant shall receive a fine of $200. The defendant shall pay fines and court costs at the discretion of the court. The defendant agrees to be assessed and complete any recommendation of the social services clinician. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours per week of community service until gainful employment is obtained. And the defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia and contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Now, you realize that this pretrial diversion, your charge on the pretrial diversion will be dismissed, pretrial diverted, but the DUI will be on your record and can be enhanced. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll accept the agreement. What are the court costs and fines? It's $840 because you got a DUI. Do you need some time to pay that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll let you pay it at $75 a month and you make your first payment 30 days from today, because I guess after you get out, you'll need a little time probably to get your feet back on the ground. You'll need to meet with probation and parole. When can he meet with y'all? Probation, parole?
Tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Okay, I'll let you out in the morning at 8 o'clock. Okay, and you go straight up there and meet with them and make the arrangements, and then your first payment of $75 is due 30 days from today. Okay. Okay, Ronnie Vincent. We had a pretrial diversion. In the morning, 8 o'clock. And he's going to probation parole. Ronnie Vincent.
Sir.
Yeah. This is 21 CR 0053. Ronnie Vincent here for sentencing. Mr. Vincent, were you born in 1972?
Yes.
Last four digits of your social security number are 6804. Is that correct? Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole? Is it substantially correct? Mr. Simpson was previously pretrial diverted. And the diversion was voided on 10/20/22. So he shall be sentenced to 3 years. Is that correct with the Commonwealth? And you can take a look at a shock probation motion after he's been there 30 days. Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize. If I may, Mr. Vincent would like to request the court if you would consider probating him with the condition that he enter and complete long-term treatment, which our office can arrange for him if it pleases the court.
Well, I will consider doing that at the first opportunities available for shock probation. You need to talk to Commonwealth about that, okay? Okay, Melinda Webb, sentencing. Are you Melinda Webb? This is 22 CR 0068, Commonwealth Kentucky versus Melinda Webb. Ms. Webb, were you born in 1977? Is that correct? You need to speak up, please. The last four digits, social security number 0010. You need to speak up. Okay. You're here today for sentencing. If you had the opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation parole.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Counselor, is any reason to say you should not be sentenced today?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Okay. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years probated for 5 years is to be supervised. She shall enter and complete a long-term treatment provided by DPA. What are the fine and court costs? $215. I'll allow you to pay that at $30 a month. Do y'all have a long-term treatment set up now?
We do not have that arranged quite yet, Your Honor. We were expecting that she would be released this following month from her state sentence. It's looking like she's going to be in for a couple more months based on the Kentucky offender lookup that I did this morning. But we do intend to have something prepared for her on her release date.
Okay, well, when you get that, if I need to sign an additional order, I'll be glad to do that, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. James Wolverton. Are you James Wolverton? This is 20 CR 0004. Mr. Wolverton, were you born in 1994? The last four digits, social security number 9480. Okay, we're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have?
Your Honor, we've agreed with DPA that we'll have one more negotiation day, and if we can't reach a resolution, we're going to set a trial date.
Okay, the negotiation day will be January 6th. The next court date will be January 19th. Now we have Alicia Russell there also, correct?
Your Honor, I apologize. I had one last matter with Mr. Wolverton I'd like to take up. Looking through CourtNet, it appears that this was a direct indictment. It looks like it was not served for a period of time, and that once brought to the state of Kentucky, Mr. Wolverton has been held on a no bond. We are hoping to be able to secure an unsecured bond for him with the requirement that he wear an ankle monitor. He does have a business down in Tennessee. He's hoping to.
Okay, here's the thing about it. I don't know anything about this. I've got no testimony about this. I don't doubt what you say, but I'm not going to release an out-of-state prisoner with just you coming up here and telling me what he told you. So if you want to have a bond reduction hearing on an agreement with the Commonwealth, I will consider that. Otherwise, I'm not going to change it. He was an NCIC for 1.5 years, so there was a reason he wasn't served because he wasn't here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so No. Okay, Alicia Russell. Humble versus Alicia Russell. Alicia Russell.
Your Honor, Tracy's went to get her.
Okay, while someone from the jail is there, I'm a little concerned about Mr. Bridges' request about his glasses. Could y'all tell me how those glasses work if someone has broken glasses or they need glasses? How does that work with the jail there?
It depends, Your Honor. If it has like metal or something in it, we can't let them have those glasses.
Yeah. Well, if his glasses are broken, how does he get additional glasses? How do y'all operate like that?
We bring them glasses at any time.
Okay, well, make sure, you've heard him say that here. I'm not questioning what y'all are doing, but if he's got a prescription at a local vendor or anything, if y'all could accommodate that, just in case we can't work out a furlough, I'd personally appreciate it, okay?
Okay, I'll see what we can do, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. We're waiting for Alicia Russell. Dude, we need to get a shelf built. We need to get a shelf built. Are you Alicia Russell,
Yes, Your Honor.
born in 1998?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits are 9423.
Yes, sir.
This of your social security number. This is 22 CR 0085. We're here on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Ms. Russell failed to appear on negotiation day, so I'm sure Ms. Hill has not had an opportunity to discuss anything with her on that. So
That is the case, Your Honor. I believe she was picked up on the warrant just a couple of days ago.
Okay. Well, we'll schedule a pretrial for January 6th and the next court appearance for January the 19th. What is the underlying charge?
Have to go to rehab. They have a place set up for me and a bed ready and everything.
Wait just a second. Wait just a second.
It's a possession charge, Your Honor, with a DUI.
Yeah. Well, now that you're attorney, now that we know where you are, she can talk to you and maybe they can reach some agreement about a rehab or something like that. But if not, we've got negotiation day on January 6th and January 19th. Do we have anyone else there that had been in front of the bench? Jail, do you have anybody else? Is that it?
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, well, to all of you that are that, can y'all still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I want to wish y'all, I know y'all are under difficult circumstances, but I hope that you have a Merry Christmas and next year, all of you have a better year than you've had this year. Merry Christmas to you. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Merry Christmas.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. She'll come and see you.
Okay. Let's go. They're going to come around. Yeah, I'll be right there. Go ahead. This is Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Catherine Grider. Are you Catherine Grider? We need to get public advocacy back in here too. I want to talk to you. This is Miss Catherine Grider. We're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have on this?
I believe Ms. Ryder will be assessed for the court. I think she's been accepted, and now that she's been accepted, we're going to see work out some type of plea that drug court's involved in.
You gonna do that today or?
I don't think we have to, that should be accepted back.
Okay, well, we'll schedule her for negotiation on January 6th. And then we can, on the 19th, we'll be try to make them where they can do an orientation right around that date. We'll let her out on the 19th if she goes through, okay? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anything else on the docket, the criminal docket? If not, we will stand adjourned till 1 o'clock. Is that correct? Till 1 o'clock. I guess these are in the slates. Wow. Yeah, we go through things here. Any of these yours? Okay. What is today? Still the 14th. Hey, you'll be able to go to more football games and stuff now. Now we all get together with me. We ride up there. Who are you going to Music City Bowl? They might need you to play. They ain't got no players left. Yeah, they are. I hope they get them by the 30th. Yeah, and we need one that quarterback that can run. Yeah, he'd be something, wouldn't he? Yeah. Is Clay not well today?
His iron was really low Monday, and so he went to the doctor.
Everything